Educational content. YouTube may allow kinds of violent or graphic content noted above in some cases in educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. This is not a pass to upload content meant to shock or disgust or encourage others to commit violent physical sexual assault. For educational content containing this kind of violent or graphic content noted above, this content must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. Welcome to True Crime and Celebrity News. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel, and if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving my videos a thumbs up.
Good morning, true crime friends. It is Friday, January 30th, 10:43 a.m. Today is the closing arguments, and we are going to start it at the closing arguments. We're not going to listen to all the stuff that they did this morning. I know I got this thing on my screen, and I don't know how to get it off. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And also, please don't forget to go over to the Verdict Watch and on Facebook and click join. We talk about the trials as they're going on, and we do the polls of how long the jury will take, and if they're guilty or not guilty. Lots of fun over there. Great group of people. So I will put the link in the comment section. So please, and if you do go over, let them know I sent you, okay? So we kind of know that you're all coming from my YouTube. So let's get it started. Good morning, Sandy. How are you this morning? I got this thing on my screen. I don't know how to get it off. It says jot down a script and notes to use during the live stream. What are they trying to tell me to talk or what? I don't know what it is. Does it do it well?
Yes. If you want to approach, yes, ma'am. You wanted to add 20.
Anyways,
you had 2 20s.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. This is day 10, closing arguments. Yeah, I don't know why it's on there. It needs to go. Oh my God, the thing just fell. I got a massage at the food pantry today, and ooh, did it feel good. Okay, well, let's play it. Let's get going, because I got to go get an oil change today.
So we combined them. Shannon combined them for you. Does that? Yeah. There's no objection to 20. No, ma'am. All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the record. And we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right. So the jury instructions we read, instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, and number 2, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concerted action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Perez Magales has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments. Thank you,
And if we can have the display for the jury activated from our table, and it does include sealed exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the gallery.
Just to the jury and
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision.
Okay, only because I have to cut in. I'm sorry. I hate to do this. Oh, I got messages. Oh, hold on. Oh, skip it. Skip what? Ma'am, you just need to come up here because sometimes I'm not looking. I'm working on the thing we were talking about. The Warner thing. You don't want me to skip this, right? You want me to listen, you want to listen to her, right? Okay. Well, I'll wait for I'll play this while we wait.
I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count, that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan.
Okay.
We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magales are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex, but you have 0 evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Litsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magales are in the home. Is it at all plausible that this woman wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There's so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine. It was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Dally Graff told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets. We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02. 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Ruch that it was Iris Dallygraff's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dallygraff walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping. Next. For that matter, you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. Then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield. Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalis colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years, as we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concert of action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Perez Magalis and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight. But that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry,
you.
closing arguments.
Clara, may I bring a bottle of water up in front of the?
You can.
Thank
I
you.
just need to get the microphone.
It's on. Yeah, it's in something.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was trying to hear it.
Is that better?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells, yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of...
Okay. So, what do you guys think? I don't know. We haven't really gotten to it, but I have to break in. Don't forget to go over to the Verdict Watch and join the room so we can discuss the case after it's over, and discuss the upcoming case. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do the Dale Warner. Yeah. Oh, okay. You are here. Okay.
I keep knocking myself out.
So I was thinking after they're done here, I can start up a new live and we can do the preliminary hearing. Being I
I
gotta
don't know.
stay and wait for the verdict anyway.
Right. I don't know if they are, if it's any good or anything. I just happened to see it on one of the
Well, he
sites.
put his wife in a propane tank, and that's where she's sat for I don't know how a long time.
Yeah, that's that case. D. Warner.
Yeah,
Supposed to
I
be.
followed it somewhat.
Hmm.
I was making my car payment, but man, I was confused because they weren't taking the money off my card, and I'm like, oh well, I could use an extra $150,
Sure.
but then they took it.
Of course.
Yeah, you really need to You really need to get on the StreamYard. You don't have
I
to pay
am.
for it, but at least this way, you can have I think up to 20 hours a month, and you can go live with me like 3 hours a day, like whatever hours a day, and at least started to get your hours in.
Right. That sounds
So
good.
yeah.
But I looked at it, and what do you do to get it?
Oh, you just have to go into the account and then the billing. You don't have to
Hmm.
even set that up because StreamYard gives you 20 hours a month free.
Hmm.
So you just have to set up an account, and then when you on my desktop on my Google, I have the little StreamYard thing that I click on, and it takes me right to my StreamYard. But it's not an app. The chat, I think, is an app. Hold on. I think there's an option for a chat.
Hmm.
All right, well, I'll look it up while I play this.
Okay.
Evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility.
Yeah, StreamYard guest.
I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision.
And where do I find that?
In looking at the scene,
But I think
you'll
this
notice
is
in the body
where you
cam
can
video
get
that you're going
on
to be
and you can
reviewing,
run the page like if I were to
there's
leave.
a point when first
You can run
responders come in and you see Brendan
Here, I'll send you
kneeling
the
down
link.
next to his wife,
Okay.
rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is.
And then download it.
And he
see if
also
you
indicates
can,
to you in his
do the
testimony
thing.
yesterday that he
like
moved the
control
knife
my
away
stuff.
from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client
Did you get
put
it
the
on
gun
Facebook
for
or
the first
Messenger?
responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting,
Right.
you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as
Oh, I still
someone
got
who's
to play
hostile.
Monopoly.
He puts it to the corner of the bed,
There you go.
and the questions that remain
I'll be right back. I
were,
gotta go to the
did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and that would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sand says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. They don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story. He's a philanderer. We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Giuliano when she was in jail. This is about the truth. In the beginning, you heard our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all of those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times. And you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, And he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Giuliano Perez Magale's statement. Excuse me one second.
Oh.
So there, number one, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go. Does the evidence lead you where you're going to go?
So I'm looking and I don't see it on my I'm looking on my Samsung in the app. Do you see it in yours, maybe? Well, I think if you click on the link, it'll take you to whatever system you have. Oh, you're not there. Oh, okay.
But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the 2 people in command staff, actually the 3 people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruch, formerly Deputy Chief Bruch, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data. Though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show you your work? Well, we talked about it quite often. But did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giacchio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Perez Magalhaes changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giacchio, saying there's different ways, there's 3 different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes. So that's twice now. 2 different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product. That's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified, and they testified as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed, and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say, that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Perez Magalhães, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you that whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting Bud and Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Perez Magalhães provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics. And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times. But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down, you're going to be able to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation, because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Perez Magalhães managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce, "That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here." He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex. Juliana told the same story to you here in court, and it's a lie. The account wasn't created with Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife. And then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. As every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do with it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see, based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there were 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there were 2 adults in the house. Christine Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. digital forensics, oftentimes for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. If it's been presented to you, you can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his Easy Pass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Perez Magalhães, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing. 2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Perez Magalhães as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No, we were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations.
Sorry, y'all, we got to cut in. So, from what I'm hearing, he's making somewhat sense. I don't think it's sense worthy of getting off of the charges that are being handed down to him. I don't, it would take a prayer and a miracle to get this man off those charges. He would need that lawyer from Ohio that got that doctor off 14 murder charges. Like, he would need her. I just feel he's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. That's all there is to it. Unfortunately, you should not have unalived your wife. You should have not unalived the man that was there. You shouldn't have had your au pair girlfriend help you do it, because now she's going to go back to Brazil and live her happy little life because she took a plea deal. It's just crazy all around. I mean, he should have taken up on that plea deal first. All right, here we go.
Here, she was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Perez Magalhães. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if you testify against him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media. At first, to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so, where's the downside for her?
Wow. So they just mad. Whatever she does, they're going to make it to where nobody's going to gain anything from this trial. I would hope that that's a stipulation that the judge is going to put on there. Nobody should earn money except for that little girl that lost her mother and now going to lose her father. That's the only money that should ever be made and given to. I mean, they did this to themselves. She will never get another nanny job here in America, ever. But then you never know. She had a really good resume with these two women that talked on these YouTube channels. They said that she was a really good nanny, even after the accident. Nobody knew what happened, and she was still coming over there. And they never thought they had anything to worry about. But either way, she still has to go back to Brazil, and I don't think she'll ever be able to come back to America. Or anybody that's deported has to wait 10 years.
Is this before or after the break?
I don't know.
Have they, no, the morning break.
I think they already took that.
Okay. I was just seeing how much I missed.
No, you didn't miss very much. Well, you missed her closing argument. I forgot to put on the thing.
No, I watched her.
Oh, okay. Closing arguments.
Yeah, I watched hers on Grizzly.
Yeah, I forgot that you had to wait 24 hours.
Oh, it's okay. Just glad we got it straightened out.
Well, in the meantime, put your link in the verdict watch. You want me to do it for you? I'm going to set up that we're going to do the preliminary hearing for, and put it in the group. I don't know, maybe somebody will be interested. Probably not, but that's okay. I'm going to keep doing me, whether they want to watch it or not. I'm still going to do me, you know? They can go over and watch Grizzly. I understand she's got a good channel, but she's also been doing it for a long time. You know? I figure it this way. They always talk about how you're supposed to support your smaller stores in your community. Well, support the smaller YouTube channels too. We're not the best, but we try, right? We try. My eyes are burning. All right. So you got your StreamYard, you got it all set up. Did you go back to StreamYard to see if you can go live?
No, I didn't. My phone was in my pocket because I'm outside.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And I have this tendency of knocking myself off.
Oh.
But I'm charging my tablet right now, and I'm going to go on that so I don't keep knocking myself out.
Yeah.
Because we're supposed to get really bad weather, and I'm trying to charge. I'm trying to charge everything.
It's really cold here.
Well,
not as cold as it was, but it's cold. All right, I'm going to play this because Son was trying to talk to me. I'll be right back.
All right.
What's the downside for her? I mean, there are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asked for a continuance. And oddly enough, he was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, fantastic. We got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. But you heard the test. This gentleman from Vinyl Light Windows came in. They trotted him up there. And he said, yeah, they met we met in January. That was when we first talked about this. And it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows. And then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021. So this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment.
Well, I don't think anyone really rushed to judgment. I think it's just clear as day about what happened, I think everyone is pretty clear about what had happened that day and what was going on prior to Joseph Bryan and Christine Banfield unaliving. I mean, right. I'm pretty sure everybody knows. But he's working hard. Uh-oh, I think my charger took a poo. Oh, my God. Come on. I might have to go to Walmart and get a charger. Oh, this is just great. So what do you think? I mean, I don't think he's going to get him off.
No, he's not. I think his closing is better than his, direct on witnesses and even his cross-examination. He talks better than he asks questions.
Yes.
So I think, he's trying to bring in all his points, but I just don't think it's going to be good enough.
No, I don't think he's going to get Mr. Banfield off of these charges. Period. Simple as that. The man is going to spend the rest of his life in prison and do his daughter's ABCs through a window for the rest of his life. And you know what? He did it to himself because,
She must be with his parents, because I can't imagine Christine's parents allowing him to Skype with her or video chat with her. So the little girl must be with his parents.
And she said to her during her closing arguments, Brendan was in love with Juliana.
Yeah, she was.
Plain and simple. He was very much in love. And I think he is really butthurt because he thought she was going to stand behind him and go to prison for the rest of her life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll come see you. I'll send you money. I'll be on the outside. And all she was thinking about is how many women he's sticking his wee-wee in while she's sitting in there taking the blame for something he did. Well, he's doing all of the extra things that they were doing together as a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I think that's enough talk time.
Okay. Let it roll.
Here we go. Dale Warner, right?
Yeah.
I got to get that live set up. Okay.
All right.
Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act, why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, You want to do as few things that can get you caught. So what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Perez Magalhaes adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users. Why? If Joe's already coming, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Perez Magalhaes is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, well, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan.
Wait a minute. Why does he keep bringing up this emergency hospital stay? She had her gallbladder removed. I don't get why this is so upsetting to them about that. She had her whole gallbladder removed. They think that she did it on purpose. You can't just do that. Okay. Okay, you switched to your phone. Okay, got it.
She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it. We saw it from her letters. And now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. You're talking about the blood work and the blood testimony. It was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife. And if you look at the knife, it's described in the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement. And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say, Ryan has the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you would expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Testimony by Ms. Groff and the ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side under the shoulder blade by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured. But he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him.
I just have to say, because I have to cut in, but my friend just had her baby. She just gave birth. She's been, this is her rainbow baby, like her third one. Like, she's lost 3 babies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They induced her because her blood pressure was really high. But, you know, she's like, she's here, but it was horrible. But she's safe and healthy, and so am I. My mom has pics. Well, I got to hit up Mom. Oh, I'm
That's
so
awesome.
excited. Huh?
That's awesome. Where does she live?
Here in Macokota.
Okay. Gotcha.
She's in her late 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And they said something about the baby well, she's got lupus. So she's lucky to even have a baby. But I don't think she wasn't supposed to get pregnant. So, well, I hope she's happy now. She couldn't wait. She just had to have it. I was like, Jackie, the longer you keep the baby in there, the healthier she'll be, you know? I went to her house the other night to pick up some things from her, and when I was standing at the door, she was just yelling and screaming at her daughter, because I guess her daughter wants to wear the same outfit every day. And I said, girl, that's why your blood pressure is high.
No doubt. No doubt.
So, yeah, all right. Well, here we go. I just thought I'd let
Okay.
everybody know.
Wonderful.
That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what the Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. The officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now, he was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with. And he was walking around with, it wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brennan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement. And frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this. When
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give you a chance to take a
probably
break.
about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research.
Yeah, I guess they didn't have their first break. I think they did. Oh no, they did the jury instructions, and then they took like the break until it was time for the jury to come in at 10.
Yeah, they've had two
Just come
breaks.
back at 11:55. All right, 11:55. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
So what do you think? You think he's helping him? Or?
I don't know. I think the damage is pretty much done.
Yeah.
I think he damaged his case so bad there's no coming back from it.
No. I think he could have cried the whole Mississippi and they still wouldn't care. And that would have been a lot of crying.
Hey, I haven't kicked myself off.
No. Yeah, if you try to do other things on your phone when you're on StreamYard.
Oh, of course. I'm in the group. I'm talking to Kelly and everybody else. And, I can't do anything. So I'm kind of locked. But, yeah. Fun. Are you going to zoom past the break?
Yeah, I was just talking for a couple minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. I just got an emergency alert on my phone.
Oh, about the snow?
Yeah, state of emergency. We haven't seen that kind of snow here since like 1980. I mean, come on. And
What are you going to do with all that snow?
I don't have no idea.
Push it on into the ocean.
Yeah, right.
Are you going to go sleigh riding?
No, I'm not going sleigh riding.
Why? It's good cardio. I'm surprised they haven't had you do therapy yet.
Honey, they don't want me going sleigh riding, I can assure you. I hit my chest one time and I'm going to be back in the hospital.
But I'm surprised you haven't started therapy.
Yeah, they told me I was going to, but I haven't heard anything. I'll give them a call next week.
I know I got to go back to therapy too, but fuck, every time I go back to therapy, I get sick. And I still haven't recovered.
You know what? Court TV is exactly where we are. The state, Court TV is exactly where we are. The state just started their rebuttal. And the clock stopped.
Still has an hour. I might have to speed him up a little bit, man. He just talks so fucking slow.
Yeah, no doubt. I think he's got another half hour.
No, he said hour.
He said half hour.
Oh.
Because I remember Grizzly saying, another half hour. Because I
wish
had her
I
on.
was good as she is. But see, she's been doing it for so long and she's got money to make her. You can buy subs, you can buy hours.
Honey,
you can buy all that stuff on YouTube. On YouTube. Did you know that?
Well,
yeah.
She doesn't need to buy subs.
But
Yeah.
she could have got where she's at, though.
Nah, I don't think so. She's made a lot of appearances on court TV and stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's helped. Plus, she writes books about serial killers. I really like her.
Oh, I do too. I don't watch J is for Justice anymore. She's so stuck on that Lauren stuff. I can't do it.
Do what?
J is for Justice.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, she's on a lot of news stuff too. But I just can't do the Lauren thing. I mean, that came out and she took it running, man. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And
I think we
what was an interesting moment
1.5 with
in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI,
No, not for me.
which is number 169, you'll see in that report, they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of.
Did you know he intentionally stuck his finger inside Christina's neck and rubbed it all over Joe?
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh my God! Could you imagine if she was alive and he did that? How much pain that would have been? Oh my God! That poor
He's
woman.
a
She
terrible
died
individual.
a horrible death.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay, here we go.
The reason why they went to a private lab to try to do that, and it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. They contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that.
Slow him down to 1.25.
Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wound that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that. And she was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm. You don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called a significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client, though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Perez Magalhaes are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast-off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff. Brendan sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling and Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code. But the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram shows up right underneath a message from Brad of a Nova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at a Nova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. Inconsistent with catfishing, inconsistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd, we saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room. This is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed. What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Perez Magalhaes' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Perez starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are timestamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense Exhibit number 358. Defense Exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logged into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying police. That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if
Oh, it makes me laugh when they say he was trying to protect his wife. I don't know about this, y'all. I mean, he can... I don't think he's got a fighting chance. I just don't. I think it is over for Brendan. Well, I don't know. I read a interview with Joseph Ryan's mom, and she had made a statement how he loved women,
But he would
and
never hurt her.
huh?
But he would never hurt her.
Yeah, why would he wake up after 40 years and decide, oh, I'm going to unalive a woman today? I thought you were gone.
I just ran out to get the mail and bring the trash can in. I'm back.
I'm back. I'm back better than ever. I got to quit singing. I keep forgetting that I can get struck for that.
Yep.
What's his face? The guy that my live ran over, Gavin Fish. He didn't strike me yesterday. Thank God. Because I was in the bathroom and all of a sudden they just stopped the live and he started talking. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, I just feel this man can talk for 6 more hours, and I just don't think. I think the judge. I was listening to STS yesterday, and this lady was in the courtroom that was as a guest, and she says that jury's got their mind made up already. So it's not going to take long, she said, for them to come back. with a verdict.
They
But
don't
we shall
know.
see. I mean, it could take them 2 weeks.
Yeah, right.
They've got a lot of evidence. I mean, the defense alone has over 270 things in evidence. I mean, if they really go through all the evidence and the states, I mean, that could take a long time if they're going to do their job right, you know? Like they have to, like they should go through all the evidence. So I wonder when they're going to release the sealed stuff. They had a thing on the what was going to get unsealed. So hopefully, I don't know, do a live about that. Be a good thing to go live about. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, here we go.
All right. Let's finish it.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Hi. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and don't forget to go over to YouTube, Facebook. Oh, I forgot to put the thing in here. Don't forget to go to Facebook. And if you're in the replay, it's Verdict Watch. Go over there, join the room. We talk about the trials. We do polls after the trials are done to see how long it'll take the jury to be out, if they're guilty or not guilty. We have a lot of fun over there. No drama and no politics is the one thing we ask for. It's a pretty cool room.
I think so.
And also let them know who sent you. If you came from my live, leave a comment saying, you know, that you came from my live today or yesterday or the day before. All right, here we go.
Had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you had a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable? You heard from my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit.
I know this has nothing to do with the case, but I just thought I'd break in and let everyone know that Catherine O'Hara has passed away at the age of 71.
Who's that?
I really liked her as an actress. Yeah.
Who was she?
She was the one that played in, hold on, I'll just send you a picture of her. She played in, I can't think of the name off the top of my head. She played in, I was sending you the Verdict Watch. Duh. Are you throwing up?
No, no, I'm fine.
There you go. Okay, we'll keep going.
They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation, that's reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case.
She was the mother in Home Alone.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you. I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And might leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument. Switch over to Mike again.
He's done.
Thanks. All right, just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you, and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wish it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Perez Magalhaes' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Bristler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she going to work as a nanny? She's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's going to give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support?
For the jury, this is an important case to both the Commonwealth and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, the verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access. And you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations, until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the 4-person signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard: 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count, okay? So each form is separately. So each form, upon the finishing of your deliberation, should have the signature of the 4-person just on 1 space on each form, okay? If you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, then that's not the way it works, okay? So just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates, okay? We still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making it here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all, and I've taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case, that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You're under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred, and then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, you have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26, number 24, and number 38. So if you could follow Deputy Johnson out at this time. (26, 17, 24, and 38. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate, and at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to. You can let the court know, if you're still deliberating next week, you can let the court know if you want to come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine. When you're done for the evening, I know there's one juror that has to be done by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks, and you can make them an hour, you can make them a half hour, you can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We'll make sure we take care of that. All right, do we have another deputy that can? All right, I can use you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
Judge, while we're waiting on that moment, can we approach on one?
Sure.
Well, I guess that's it. Are you going to set the thing up on Facebook?
What thing?
And just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you. You can now go to deliberate.
What the heck is she doing now?
Oh, I have no idea.
All right. If you want to review the verdict forms before they go back as well, the laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
All right.
Well, Mallard's is for real taking up all his fucking vacation time. So this way he won't have no time for vacation because they've had no work. I feel so
Who?
bad for him. So, who did I say? Jason?
I don't know who you said.
Did I say son or?
I don't know.
And then last week they didn't put in the time, so I'm trying to go through and do all his time because we need all the 40 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, they've been deliberating about an hour.
huh?
They've been deliberating about an hour. Because I have it on court TV and the clock said about an hour.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I guess we wait.
That's all we can do, right?
Yeah. Yep. Did you see my post about all the reasons I thought he was not guilty?
No, and I was just on there.
Okay. Hang on. Well, let's talk about him.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm looking for it. Okay. The fact that there were 15 minutes between the 911 calls. What were they doing?
Okay.
That's one reason. Let's talk about the bathing suit picture. First of all, you can't see her face because the phone was there and her hair is in a ponytail. Hardly
Yeah.
the picture one would put up on a site like that. You know, who would put up a picture of themselves with the phone covered? It was obviously a progress picture because she had just had a baby 10 months prior, and she was at the gym when she took the picture. You know, so it was obviously she sent it to her husband, not to be sent out to God knows where.
Yeah, he's sending it to all those weirdos.
Right. So, also, the bathing suit picture was sent to herself. Why do you need to send yourself a picture that you took? It don't make sense. Are you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay. The victim's advocate overheard the daughter ask the au pair the night of the murder, "Can I call you mommy now?" And she said yes. Then she asked her, "Are you gonna marry my daddy?" To which Juliana replied, "I wish." That was just sickening when I heard that. Next, why did Brendan take Juliana target practice shooting and buy her a gun? I mean, why? If Christine made the account, why didn't it get used when Brendan and Juliana were out of town? What
Say that
nurse
one
put... Go ahead.
No, say that one again.
If Christina made the account, why didn't it get used when Brendan and Juliana were out of town?
Yeah, that's true. Did anyone ever bring that up?
Mm-hmm. Prosecutor did.
Wait, but was the FetLife thing set up yet? I don't think
Yeah.
it was it?
Yeah, it was, because they went to New York for New Year's, and then the murder was in February. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, okay, you're right.
Who puts their cell phone in a desk drawer at night? I don't know about y'all, but mine's always beside me.
Mine's in the bed with me.
Right, exactly. Oh, and the fact that within 6 months after the murder, Juliana had moved into Brendan's bedroom, even hanging her clothes in his closet. Early in Christina's career, she was a SANE nurse for some time. After hearing all those gruesome stories about women who were SA'd, I can't imagine that this would even be something she would entertain.
For real. Because she was sexually assaulted at one time. I thought that's why she became one of those advocates.
I don't know about that. And I don't
Well, I thought
believe...
that...
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I don't believe she would ever list her real profession on one of those sites. If she did, but there's no evidence of that. Yeah, whoever opened the account put she was a nurse, a pediatric nurse.
And why would she have this man come to her house?
Exactly.
When she has her daughter there.
She
Nobody
wouldn't.
does that.
And nobody mentioned that either. That's a really good point.
Yeah, like, no, I'm sorry. They set all that shit up.
Also, Juliana testified that Christina told Brendan to watch out. He had a knife. Talking about Joe Ryan. And if she had arranged this, why would she tell him in that moment what she had done? So he would kill an innocent man? Then she's setting up a murder.
Yeah.
Like if you tell your husband, Brendan, he's got a knife, you're setting him up to be killed because you know Brendan is armed. Mm-hmm. So not only is she cheating on him, she's going to have someone murdered to cover it up. No.
We all know that these two. Now, whether or not how much of a part Juliana really played in it, we don't know. Because you can't get the truth out of her, but it was enough truth to have them make a deal with her. So they must have been able to, what's that called? Verify enough of what she's saying to give her that plea deal.
Well, and Kelly had a good one. She said, let me find it. Hold on. Oh, here's one. How did the mixture of both of their blood get in Joseph's zipper?
Well, they said that Joe or Brendan stuck his hand in that hole in her neck.
Of course.
And they were rubbing it. rubbing the blood all over. That's how Juliana got blood on her too.
Well, Joe was shot in the head. How did he get his own blood in his zipper? I
And
mean,
why
think
was
about
she
it.
the only one naked?
Yep.
That's what I don't get. Why was he still dressed? It just seems weird to me that why she just all of a sudden just takes her clothes off, like she isn't a little shy about it.
Right.
No,
And if you think your wife,
no.
I know this whole case. If you think your wife is having an affair, why are you opening the door with your gun pulled? You know?
Exactly. Because nothing good is going to come of that if you think your wife is upstairs with some man.
And why does
I'd
it take
rather
10
fight
minutes?
the guy off than shoot him.
Right. And why does
That's
it
probably
take
why he didn't get the heat of passion, because they knew that Joseph was being set up.
Exactly. And also, it doesn't take 10 minutes to drive 2 miles.
No.
And why the hell was he hanging out at McDonald's if not to stay close by at the house and Juliana in the cul-de-sac waiting?
With the little girl.
I know. If anybody should have been charged for child neglect, it should have been her.
God. This whole case, I can remember when it first came out, started
Yeah, I
hitting the
remember it too.
headlines. Oh my God, it was awful. And then they put a block on it so nobody could talk about it because, I mean, they were just saying everything in regards to this case about everything that went on in the home.
Yeah, and his coworker testifying about how he didn't, or not coworker, his boss testifying
Yeah.
about how he didn't have a meeting, and he was not dressed for a meeting, even if he said he had one.
Yeah, he was dressed in like
Jeans and tennis
workout.
shoes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Hanging out at McDonald's with his cookies.
I think he knows he's going to prison. So it's child abuse and murder. Now, is he being charged with both murders? Because they just did the one.
No, he's being charged with both of them. I think with the aggravated murder, that means more than one murder. So I don't know which one they chose. 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 11 seconds.
Well, the verdict clocked on Law and Crime is at 15. I don't
I
know
don't
how
go
to
by
set
long
timers
time.
up.
Huh?
I don't know how to set timers up.
I don't either.
I got to leave here at 3 o'clock to go do an oil change. I should teach you how to sign into my StreamYard so you can go live.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. You come back and your whole account would be messed up.
Why is he does the weirdest stuff for real? He knew I told him I didn't want to go to Dubuque.
Do what?
I told him, I said, can't we just do it tomorrow?
What's that?
Oh, go get the oil changed.
Oh.
I really don't want to go. I mean, it's not that far. So, yeah, did you write down anything else?
Nope, that was it. That's all I got.
I'm still working on my script for my video that I'm going to do a pre-recording of. I'm trying not to make it real long because I'm...
What was the deal with Juliana and the code to the safe and the front door?
Oh, the door. The front door is also the code to the safe.
Okay.
So Juliana had Brendan's code. So she knew the code to the safe because it matched the code to the door. But why would you do that? Any seasoned house burglar would be like, oh, I bet it's the code to the door, like they do for the door.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I would think that's the first thing I would try if I was
And
going to get into someone's safe.
They had all the way back to 2015 on Christine's phone. How come there was nothing on there that even indicated that she'd had an affair?
Well, according to the testimony, she admitted to having an affair.
Where?
I don't know where, but
I never heard that.
somewhere in Virginia.
No,
Hey,
I don't believe that. I don't believe she had
and where I never heard them mention one time. He says they had an open marriage.
He's full of shit.
I don't think they did.
I don't either.
I think she was honestly trying to be a good wife and a good mother to this man. And how many times he's cheated on her on that trip with his best friend's wife. What a horrible person. Gave him, what is that called? Fellatio on the cruise ship. How horrible. Jeez. So you think it'll just take him a few minutes? Okay, he's guilty. Let's go back.
I don't know.
Goofy. He's goofy. That's all he is goofy. If he honestly thought he was going to get away with this.
So when is Murdaugh's
Wednesday.
Wednesday? I wonder if it's going to be televised.
Yes, it is. We better make sure the Dale Warner trial is going to be televised.
Well, the preliminary was. Is Dale Warner trial going to
Oh, it's set to start Tuesday.
Yeah, I see that.
Dale Warner's trial nearly 5 years after his wife, Dee Warner, was seen alive for the last time. She disappeared in April 2021 and was found dead in August of 2024. Her remains were found on the property that her husband Dale owned in Lenawee County. He's now charged with murder and tampering with evidence, but he's pled not guilty. Dee Warner's brother, Greg Hardy, says
I'm
he's
trying
anxious
to.
for a jury to be set in the case of his sister.
This thing is so deep.
Well, I'm guessing it is. It don't say really. February. It's expected to start. Man, they have over 700 jurors to go through.
Yeah, they said they were having a time with it. I don't see where it says anything. I don't know. Jury selection against Tuesday. Well, it's Michigan. Of course they're going to have it. They show a lot of trials from Michigan.
Oh yeah, the Jennifer and
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy. I wonder if Dale thought he was going to get away with it due to COVID.
I don't know.
Well, 25 minutes so far. Did you put up a thing in the verdict watch? I have to go click.
Yeah, I did
Clickety
that
click.
last night.
Oh, I guess my second cousin's having a baby. Oh, isn't that lovely? Where's that jury deliberating? What say you? I say guilty.
Mm-hmm. You and everybody else.
Does anyone know why the clock has stopped on the verdict watch? 18 minutes is about right for guilty.
Yeah, they were at lunch.
Stand, stop. Stop it. Why are people putting stupid things?
Oh, what?
They ask dumb questions. I don't see your thing.
The poll?
Yeah,
It's there.
I know. Like, because everybody wants to comment, make new posts.
Just click. Let me tag you. Can you find it?
Oh, poll. No, that's to make a poll. I don't know how to do those.
I'll tag you.
Oh, okay.
If I can find it.
Oh, there we go. Add everybody. I found it.
Okay.
Closing arguments tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. How long will the jury deliberate? Oh, you already put it up 18 hours ago. Please put in the comments how you would vote. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 7 to 8 hours. And I don't know if he's guilty or not.
Yeah,
Well, he's either guilty or not guilty.
Kathy said the law and crime poll had 91% guilty, 3% not guilty, and 5% hung. So I think everybody is pretty much on the same page with this one, except for the 3%er.
I always try to be the odd one.
Well, let's see, hour and 23 minutes. They're showing the Paul Canero trial.
Who?
Paul Canero, the Mansion
Oh, yeah, I
murder
know that.
trial.
Who's showing it?
I was going to try to get caught up, but I don't think I'm going to be able to.
I know he wants to go to Dubuque. Oh my God, I don't want to go.
Go where?
Get the oil changed.
Oh, right.
I went to the food bank today and I got a back massage.
Okay.
Yeah, they massaged my back and my neck, and oh, I think that's why I'm so tired. All right, I need to set the live up for the Dale Warner preliminary trial. Let me find the prelim trial first.
I don't remember which side it was on.
I'll find a Dale Warner preliminary hearing. That was only 48 minutes long. Two weeks ago.
I guess.
So I'd do it tomorrow.
If you want.
It's only an hour long.
I'm not
When does it
doing.
start?
It's more than an hour long.
It says 48 minutes.
No. Let me find it. That's not the right one. Because there was a bunch of them. There was like 4 or 5. Oh, it was a year ago. Do you still want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it to me.
It's on. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, look on my team. See if this is right. Oh.
Yeah, do it tomorrow. You like to sleep in, so we can do it at like 12:30. That way it gives me time to get my stuff done for the day. Get my dishes done, my supper going. I'm making a ham. Is today Friday? Yeah, I think it is Friday. Let me look. January 30th. I want to say it's an important birthday today, but I can't remember.
There was a whole playlist of them.
Huh?
Hold on.
Oh, my ankles. Keep sitting Indian style.
I thought they had it in the playlist. They did. I remember seeing it. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Creative playlist. Olympics. I guess they'll be starting soon.
Huh?
The Winter Olympics. I said, I guess they'll be starting soon. Don't they start next week?
Let me go to long crime and see what's there.
It was from a year ago.
Long crime trials, damn it. So trial. Why'd you take a shower if we're gonna go out in the cold? Huh? Why would you take a shower if we're gonna go out?
I just feel itchy.
Oh.
I worked yesterday. I didn't shower.
Okay. So local channels must be gonna cover it.
Must be.
I don't know if I wanna
Well, I'm sure a long time will get an reaction. We'll just have to see. I don't know.
Daniel Drewer, DanielDrewer.
Sir, last time we were here, you testified that you received a bunch of evidence from the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of that evidence, did you receive body camera footage?
Yes.
And do you have in your possession a body camera from April 29th, 2021?
Yes.
And who was doing that interview?
That was Detective Greca with Dale Warner.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry to connect you.
Detective.
well, I see a detective.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I saw it earlier. They had them all lined up in like a playlist. I don't know what it was.
Yeah. Well, I hope we can find it.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I guess I'll find it. So Court TV has a guilty, not guilty, hung jury. We'll go guilty.
On what?
Brendan.
It's been an hour and 35 minutes.
Okay, I want you to do something. I'm going to send you my information and I want you to log in to my StreamYard. You can while I'm on it. You can log in while I'm here. Hold on.
Okay. Mm, mm, mm.
There's my login. Here's my password. Okay. Log in and then I'll accept. I have to push a button to let you in to accept the thing. But go to
All right,
Google, go to StreamYard.
I gotta get out of here.
How to where?
Off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Here, I'll kick you out. It's easier. Hello?
Did I do it right?
Yeah, so can you see everything that I can see, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing is you can't push play on this, right? Do you see the long crime?
Oh, yeah, I see the long crime.
You can change the picture too, by the way.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Um, so how do you start it and stop it?
See up top here, it says end stream.
Mhm. No, I mean like if you want to start the video, how do you do it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is you can't control the video itself. I'm gonna try to figure out how you can.
Really, you can't.
Because I want you to be able to
Is the video on play or pause?
it's playing.
Okay. Stop it a
No,
minute.
you have to actually have long crime pulled up
Oh,
on your side. So go to long crime. You have to have a separate like a so minimize the StreamYard. Go to your YouTube
mm-hmm.
and then you play it. Then you share. You go here, and you share your screen. I'll stop my screen and you share your screen. So minimize your StreamYard. This is why people have extra videos or
Mm-hmm.
extra an extra screen, but mine's a split screen, so but you need to go to YouTube, pull it up, the long crime, this page here, and then share it. Then you go over here to present or invite and you push share screen. And it'll share what you're playing. You don't have to go there. Don't go to anything because I don't want to get struck, but you're doing it from your tablet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
What do you want
just
me to do?
minimize it. Huh?
What do you want me to do?
Okay, so minimize the StreamYard. Make it
Okay.
smaller. Go to YouTube.
Right.
Go to the long crime, the Brendan, where they're got the verdict clock and everything.
Right.
Pull that up.
Right.
Okay, now go back over to StreamYard.
Okay.
Go to present or invite.
Where would that be?
It's in one of those boxes. One of the boxes, not our pictures, but the one below it. It says present or invite. It has a picture of a TV or a plus person.
Oh, see it.
Huh?
I don't see it.
Hold on. This little box here. See where it says presenter invite?
Okay, I don't have this screen. Hold on.
Call me. Let me see what your screen.
I can take
Call
a
me on
picture of my
video.
screen. Wait. I can take it.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. You find it?
What am I looking for again? Invite?
Present
No.
or invite?
I got invite what?
Okay, click on it
I got this. Let's
and
see.
and it'll say share screen. You want to share the screen from YouTube?
No, I don't have that. I have this.
Huh?
I don't have that.
You should.
I have what looks like this.
No, exit out of that.
Okay. Now what?
Now, what does it look like?
It looks like the picture just above it. You see what I'm talking about? Huh?
Mm-hmm. But the little things below it, you have like a chat, a record.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't have that.
even after you clicked out of that participants?
Once I clicked out of that, okay, I have this. Okay, I'm sending it to you now. That's what it looks like on my screen.
Okay. Down on the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
you have the microphone, the camera, and you got those two people.
Yeah.
Click on that. What
The
does it
two
do?
people.
Yeah.
It gives me that same screen you told me to exit out of.
Okay, go to the three dots.
3 dots. It says layout, private chat, teleprompter, destinations, and title
Yeah.
set. Okay, well, destination.
Mm-hmm. Click on that.
Okay. Okay. Then it says title, description, orientation, privacy, category, scheduled for later, scheduled start time, change thumbnail.
Um, you logged in under my name, right?
Yeah. How else would I got your picture?
This is so weird because you should be able to.
Under settings, it says general, camera, audio, recording, layout, and guests.
What's under the guest? Ah,
I knocked
okay.
myself out.
I'm going to remove myself from the stage and see if you're able to do it.
Oh, don't do that. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait a minute. Oh, you already did. Now what?
What the hell did I just do? What the?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I don't understand why I can't. Why you can't use the screen.
I don't know. Show comments on stage. They do that. Show on stage. Oh, like that. Cool. Hide on stage.
I don't know why.
Knock myself out again. It's not layout, is it?
No.
No, it's not layout. Private chat. Teleprompter. What's that? It's gotta be something I'm missing. Let me ask my grandson. He knows everything about it. Carter, I need some help.
I'm trying to get this off. All these pictures sharing. Is he figuring it out for you?
Hang on a minute, hun. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, we're 1 hour and 22 minutes. I thought for sure they'd be back back by now, because they don't want to go home and have to come back Monday. I know they don't. I know these jurors are tired of that lawyer, that defense lawyer. I bet if they think they got to hear him sniffle one more time, who knows what'll happen to that poor man. We got Casey's pizza last night. Oh, they're so good the next day. We got a taco and a pepperoni.
Hmm.
I know there's a way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know Queen Bee, but all the
Pizza.
time that guy that's named I can't remember his name, but he takes over her screen all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to share my screen with you? Hold on. Hold on. Remove. Let me get this out of here. Okay. Share screen. But how would I get you up here? Oh, that's not going to work.
Solo layout. New layout.
I mean, he's
Change
able to go to different sites. I'm different.
Tell me again how to do that.
But
To bring, like, if you wanted to bring up YouTube, how would you do it? Because I got a different screen on here right now.
present or invite
And where would that be?
on the bottom.
On the bottom.
Yeah, but some reason you got that chat there.
No, I don't. Not anymore. That's what I'm saying. I got a different screen. So under which icon?
No, it's a square box, like our square boxes with our picture.
It's right. I got that pulled up. The square boxes with the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And where would it be there?
Here, I'll show you. It says present or invite. Present or invite.
So it doesn't say present or invite there anywhere.
Let me look at your thing again. Aww. Looks just like her sissy.
I just need to know where the present and invite is.
Yeah, because you should have it. You should be able to do everything I can do. All right.
Oh, I see it right there.
Oh,
On
you do?
yours. Oh no, on yours. I see it on yours. I don't have it.
But you should.
But I don't. Ugh. Pardon. If my friend wants me to take over her screen, do you know how I would be able to bring in another YouTube to this one for present or invite? No, not add somebody to the stream. So, like, let's say you have a YouTube channel and you play video games on it, but I want to show your YouTube channel on here. Okay, bring it, Damien. No. Oh, Wrong dog. He's asleep. Oh, he's not asleep. Damien, I have a question. If my friend gave me the password for her YouTube channel, and like, for instance, if you had a YouTube channel where you play video games on, and I wanted to show it on this stream, how would I do it? Okay. Let's see. Here's the link I want to bring up to that stream.
I gave you the password to StreamYard.
Did you hear me?
What?
You're going to have to message your friend to figure it out because they don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I got to add you as a team member.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm using your name.
Edit. How do I get into StreamYard?
You want me to log back out?
No. Nope. Just stay right there. Members. My account. Team settings. My team.
Yeah, I have every single thing that you have. But no. Oh, I don't have that little button here. I see what I don't have.
What?
The button next to the camera that you have, the little
Yeah.
TV computer looking button, I don't have that. I have everything else set. That's weird.
Are you using Chrome?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to try it on my phone?
No.
Okay. 2 hours, 19 minutes, 23 seconds.
Leah, shut up. Sandy, what's your email? Email it to me. Or I mean message it to me. Can you hear me? Sandy. Sandy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, check your send me your email, please.
I just did. OBX.
Oh no, I didn't hear you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Slow down here, lady.
Okay.
Lady. Okay, hold on. Okay. OBX
HONEY
HONEY
22.
No, honey, like HONEY.
22
Okay. 22
at Gmail.
at Gmail. Okay. All right. You're getting email.
Yeah, I see it. It's inviting you to join the team True Crime. Accept invite. You are now part of the team. Taking you there now. Streams on recording. In the studio. For the best experience, we recommend using a computer, both phones and tablets more. Oh, I gotta do it. Hang on, I gotta go back out. Okay, I'm here, I think.
Yeah.
Now what?
Do you got any new buttons?
No.
Uh,
I think I'm still under your name.
no, you're
I
under yours.
have your picture though. How's
Yeah,
that
yeah,
work?
because you haven't changed it. You can change it.
Are we sure I'm under my name? No, I'm under yours. See? I just typed that in there. It says yo. And it comes up add true crime celebrity news. Do I need to log out of your name and go under mine?
Well, I was trying to see if,
Because you sent it to OBX 2022.
oh yeah, go ahead and come in back under your name then.
Okay. Okay, now what do I do?
Okay, do you have anything new?
No.
Google, shut up.
No, I
Huh?
don't have anything new.
You
I
don't
don't
have
see
the,
anything new. I
you
don't
don't have
see.
the presenter invite?
Nope.
How in the hell do they do it?
I don't know.
Because I know it can be done because I've seen it.
Does the present or invite come up after you go to YouTube?
Huh?
Does the present or invite come up after you try to go to YouTube? Let
Yeah,
me
when you,
try.
here, you don't have to turn your video on, but I'll call you on video chat and I'll show you, okay? Okay, hold on.
Hey,
Okay.
darling.
Okay, this is the present or invite here. So what you got to do is go over here, go to your.
Hold on. Stop talking. Show it to me again.
So here's the presenter invite right here. And then you just go down to Chrome.
I can't go down to Chrome.
Well, you just go to YouTube. That's all I'm saying. Go up here to YouTube.
I mean, I don't have print or invite or whatever that is.
And I can't figure out why.
Let me turn this around so you can see. What the hell? See when I carried that.
Okay, go over. This is your tablet, right?
I'm holding my phone aimed at my tablet.
Okay. Click. See this box here on mine? See this here? Click that.
Which box? This one.
Yeah.
It is clicked.
Okay. I know there's a way to do this. All right, y'all. We'll come back when there's a verdict. Until then, stay safe. Please like, share, and subscribe. Have a good night. Bye-bye.